Welcome, welcome, early birds. Good morning, good morning. Quick brew, and then we'll see what's up. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. It's Monday. Time to somewhat maybe try and make a schedule. Holy. Wife is officially back at work today, meaning some element of normality should come back. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Coffee is still cooking. Mr. Matthews, please be quiet. Thank yous. Alrighty. It's patch week, boys and girls. Patch week. The last major content patch before we start really thinking about midnight. Weirdly, I'm already thinking about midnight. It's hard not to think about midnight. I reactivated the bonus accounts today, so I can actually do some auction housey stuff. Get back into the swing of things. Let's start by checking mechanic amounts. Wife is back to work schedule, e.g. freedom. Yeah, a little bit. Netherstorm 2.0. It feels more like Corthia, to be honest, to me. After playing the PTR a little bit. It's, I'm really intrigued to see how this new zone goes down, you know, because, I think it's going to be divisive. I think when people get into the new zone, because there's obviously the people that pay attention to the PTR. Oh, where'd all my tokens go? All my tokens. Ah, rip tokens. That'll be 5 active accounts all of a sudden. People are going to get into the new zone, I think, later in this week who won't have been playing the PTR. And I think it'll be a bit of a culture shock for some people because it's empty. The new zone just feels empty. Which is why it kind of feels a little bit like Korthia to me. But Korthia was a little bit more tight, a little bit more compact. You had stuff going on in Korthia. There doesn't seem to be quite as much going on in the new zone. It's like they've just plonked a couple of greenhouses down and a raid at the end, and I also wonder how people are going to take to this phase shifting business. Very intrigued, but I guess we'll see later in the week. This dude's going to have loads of stuff in his mailbox. Oh, shh. This is why you don't go on holiday and leave stuff on the auction house. I genuinely did not know. That I'd posted those on the auction house. I thought they were still in the bags. Woo! Spicy meatball. Well, that was that was an unexpected way to start the stream. Casual 2 mil, don't mind if I do. Good thing I logged onto this character first. My goal was to put all of this on the auction house. Turns out there's not as much of it as expected. I guess we need to find 50 Mechanica from somewhere. I can't believe I nearly lost 2 million gold in the mailbox. What a way to start patch week. Was it the same person, I wonder? Zara? Yeah, same person bought both of them. I wonder if they were buying them to take them somewhere else. Does this dude have Warbank access? No. Great. Excellent. Perfect. He needs Warbank access, I think. Does he need Warbank access? No, he doesn't need Warbank access. Take all of these mats and do something with them. Flipping 4 days. Oh my god. Well, good thing we've got all of the other accounts reactivated. My goal today is just to get back into the swing of things. We're going to post some auctions a little bit. We can chat about what's coming later on in the week. There's drops later on in the week as well. Drops start back again tomorrow, I think, if I'm right. I think drops are a thing again tomorrow. Character bank. Here we go. This is where all of my bonus materials are, which might get purged pretty quickly, I think. What's the price of these things? Oh my god, I don't even want to look. Okay, most of it went in there. Let's just put stuff in the regular bank then. This is all stuff we'll just like sell later. But I don't really want it in my bags so much now. One of those traditional, put it in the bank, worry about it next time moments. Which will end badly because I'll forget about all of it, but that'll do. Okay then, there's not as much stuff for me to post as I suspected, but that's fine. What are these going in at? 300k, 250k, 250k, 200k, 250k, 940, and 400k. I mean, that's still reasonable numbers on these. I mean, in taking the best part of a month off, the price has dropped like 50k, which is basically nothing. Well, it's 20%, isn't it? But the mounts seem to have held their value more. The regional sale average, 1 million gold. Alright, okay. Not gonna lie, I was expecting these prices to be worse, but we take that. That's a win. We got coffee, but yeah. Ugh, coffee might be done. So, talk to me, boys and girls. What's the general feeling about 11-2 from what players have seen so far? That is assuming that you've even looked, because I know there's probably quite a lot of people that won't have paid too much attention yet. I think we'll start seeing all of the videos flood out and people start paying attention to it today. So hyped that I only logged on once last month. It's honestly, I think last month was the best time of any to like take a bit of a break, because there's a strong chance that we are now going to have the next year is going to be pretty chaos. I think that there's not going to be a downtime. I don't think particularly. We're going to have obviously 11-2 for everything that it contains for a couple of weeks. But very quickly we'll get midnight announcement, info about midnight announcement. Like player housing is got to come. Legion Remix is en route. We'll have alpha and beta for midnight probably. So that's like 4 or 5 things in the next few months either way. Then we'll have obviously the expansion launch, midnight launch. The first patch of that, let's assume it lands in February. That's going to take us to about this point next year. Like the next year is going to be pretty hype in general, I think. So the time to take a break, the time for chilling, the time for running around legacy raids, collecting mounts is probably for the most part done. Now, obviously, I'm looking at that a little bit more through the eyes of a streamer, content creator, rather than somebody that just plays. If you just play the game and you don't do much of the pre-testing stuff, you've got Legion Remix and what will probably be a very quick 11.2, I think. Break? What break? I'm making millions. Oh, you still can. Yeah, you can still make silly money. Like, you can still make so much gold in this game right now. Professions are really quiet and farming's really quiet, but if you've already got a bit of a nest egg, there's still loads to be doing. Loads and loads and loads. Mr. Norton, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. The eco domes look okay. Can I just have player housing now? It's yeah, I think people are going to get really itchy for that, aren't they? They're going to start being a little bit impatient. They're going to be like, give me housing, give me housing. It's interesting that we haven't, outside of a couple of blog posts, we've really not seen any of it yet. It's going to be player testable at Gamescom, but I think that's going to be the same scenario as when your big boy content creators got like their little mini sneak peek of it. That in a closed environment, without the full player base, without server stability, good or bad, in a closed environment, player housing probably looks absolutely incredible right now. Taliesin's going to be playing the housing. There was going to be some contest at Gamescom. Yeah, it's going to be testable by attendees at Gamescom, and I'm quite sure there'll be some bigger name creators that will get the opportunity to poke around a little bit more. Last night, me and the guild were talking about player housing and its systems. They were shocked to learn that if you want 10 chairs in your house, that you'll need to buy 10 chairs. I think a lot of people don't know this. I said from early days, I want player housing to be a massive gold sink. And I think that's its best opportunity for the game, is to give... And I've been talking about this for years, right? I've been speaking for years about how all of the gold just accumulates in the hands of like big boy goblins. It all slowly filters up, but it never comes back down and it never goes anywhere. But it means the buying power of the billionaires in essence means that they can very aggressively affect the market price of stuff. Giving players who have ludicrous amounts of gold something to spend it on that is of value to them, but is status symbol-esque, is really important to get those players to spend their gold again. Now, obviously, only works if people care about it, but like player housing is in similar vein to transmog, I think, for sure, in that it will attract just as many people. Over the years, transmog has been like ludicrously popular. Look at the amount of people that spend. I bet there are people out there that genuinely change their transmog so frequently that they have to buy tokens just to have enough gold just to change their appearances on the silly vendor thing. Right? I bet there are people going through literally tens, if not hundreds of thousands a month, just tweaking their characters with their transmog and this sort of stuff. Players will do exactly the same with housing, but they'll do it on a much bigger scale, I think. Because of that fact that every item is going to be an individual item. If you want 10 chairs around a table, you need to buy 10 chairs and buy a table. And it won't be like it might not be a transmog collector style thing where you get the appearance and then you just have the appearance. If they're going to materialize it, it gives them the opportunity to burn through huge amounts of gold. The question will be is whether you can buy shit and then sell it again. How are they going to? What's the tangibility of these player housing items? If you buy 10 chairs, but then you only use 4. Can you sell 6 of them back out again? Is that going to be something you can do? Is there going to be like that marketplace style of it? So many questions. So many questions. Average Joe won't have the amount of money to quote unquote max out their housing. I wonder how much the WoW token will increase in price. Well, by increasing price, you mean actually lower for us lot. Because everybody that then needs the gold, or much like an expansion launch, right? They take credit card out, they swipe, and they slowly but surely, especially at the beginning of the expansion, you get half as much for your $20 at the beginning of an expansion, because that's the time everybody's swiping. When you have new expansion and player housing sat on top of that, we could see some pretty cheap tokens if you're considering exchanging gold for them at least. Bit of a gold sink for sure. Yeah, I hope so. Only had one coffee. I'm on coffee number 2. It's 11:23 my local time. Well, you can probably see it on the screen. It's 11:23 for me. I've been up since 6. So I've been up significantly more hours than I usually have at this point. Dog doing dog things. She was like, right, it's 6 a.m. I need to go out. So I was like, well, I guess that's me up then. Asked the wife what time her alarm went off. She said 7:30. So I was like, right, well, I guess I'm just up then. I guess this is just me. I'm not taking the dog for a walk to go back to bed for 50 minutes. That's not happening. But yeah, the irony is I'm not that fussed about building a fantastic mansion, or at least I don't think I'm that fussed about building a fantastic mansion yet. But I am significantly more interested in what it means from a economy, marketplace, trade sort of thing. That's where it's scratching my goblin bone. Send me all your gold, I'll get you the top house in Midnight. You'll be living with the whales and superstars of WoW. This is what I want them to do. I want there to be like totally unnecessary, materialistic, status symbol style items. Because even mounts, right? The Longboy came in. Look at the big gold sinks they've done in the last few years. I say last few years. The Longboy was like flipping forever ago now. But 5 mil for the long boy was the last real big gold sink. Maybe the Warband Bank was another one. 2.5 mil. Offers you personal utility, but if you spend 2.5 mil on the Warband Bank, it benefits nobody but you. That's a big gold sink in the grand scheme of things. I've not even bought the last tab. I refuse. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna need to hit 100 mil before I buy that last tab, I think. But yeah, Mount, for example, 5 mil was a good gold sink, but everybody wanted the long boy. So whether you were piss poor or super rich in WoW, obviously, or IRL, I suppose, like it was a big gold sink, but it was a big gold sink for everybody. There needs to be gold sinks in the game that only really attractive to the people that've got stupid gold, that they just want to flush it out, get it gone, move it through. There'll be stuff in the crafting professions that will be able to make some gold. Yeah. There's this is it, the marketplace style of that. If there is like some cool ass chairs and then somebody wants 10 of them, you know, golden toilet seat, I'm buying that shit. Yeah, exactly. I want player housing to bleed me dry, or I want to want it. I want it to be cool enough, and I want there to be prestigious enough items that they're cool to have. But we'll see. Oh, I'm dying apparently. What's going on here? Oh no, it's just that like there's a billion rares spawning. Okay. What is the actual? What am I actually doing today? I don't actually know what I'm planning to do today particularly, other than I want to relist my auctions across my realms, get that ball going again. A Brutasaur's a statue, 99.99. I do wonder what the real money side of it is going to be. I really do. Unplug my... Okay. I had my PlayStation controller connected to the PC and it was giving me all funny keybinds. I do wonder what the real money side of it's going to be. How much will how much are they going to put in the store? Because Blizzard are kind of, they tread, dare I say, slightly carefully with this sort of stuff, even though we've been seeing more and more and more and more and more store offers. Within the last 2 weeks, within the War Within and Dragonflight, I think we have seen more store offers than every expansion prior to it combined. Literally once a month there's an offer of some sort, or a mount or a transmog set or something on the actual store. So that's kind of conditioning to player housing turning up, and I bet they'll do, like, if they don't, to be honest, they're mental if they don't. That's the really annoying thing. From a business perspective, they'd be absolutely stupid not to do like decor packs and stuff. But yeah, I'm also slightly in agreement that I want them to be not too egregious with it. Don't be too gross, Blizzard. But I mean, if you're gonna do a bit of it, do a bit of it. But wait, hang on, I've got first time crafts on leatherworking. Ha! Okay. If I can't swing around my massive e-penis, why am I even playing? True. Big true. Oh. Okay, literally none of these offer anything other than 1 knowledge point. 1 knowledge point makes the whole thing not very worthwhile, but we'll give it a go. One work order done. Complete. New Blizzard way of removing gold is the bank update. I wonder how many will lose old items. Do you think they'll be more careful though? I mean, they kind of have to be, right? They kind of have to, right? They somehow magically managed to sweep the whole guild thing under the rug quite effectively. Even though there were big guilds out there that lost just unimaginable amount of stuff. So I don't know if they'll be naturally more careful with it this time round, or whether... I don't know. Do you think they will? Suddenly realised you guys didn't have sound. Thank you for reminding me I need to save my guild banks. Well, the only real safe thing to do is make sure that anything that is of even slight value is in your personal inventory before the patch launches. I'm not even sure. What's my void storage saying? That's the only one that's kind of slightly sus. I don't even know where the void storage is in Orgrimmar.
Greetings.
Brain. Brain do brain things.
Strength.
Out here somewhere. Made a dummy character just for keeping the mats from the guild bank. Yeah, screenshots of your bank, like Haley says, screenshots of your bank, and just like, I don't know. I'm still not even convinced that would really help you. But oh, okay. Apparently, I don't have anything in mind. There's probably, like I said, I would like to hope they've been a little bit more careful, or they would be a little bit more careful.
Yo.
But time will tell. Do I really have much of anything in here that I actually care about anyway? I'm not that sentimental about old past stuff. The only reason I care about it is if it's got any value attached. Like, I've got half of the bindings for some reason. I don't know. There's probably not a lot of stuff in here I truly care about much. I've just kept random odd things. Random odd things that if they disappeared, I don't think I'd mind. Gonna YOLO if lightning strikes twice though, I'm screwed. Welcome in, Woo. It's, yeah. I mean, my standpoint on it is that I'm not going to pay really much of any attention to it, but I'll just make a song and dance about it if something goes wrong. And then let's hope nothing does go wrong. Let's hope. Let's hope. We will see. Dornogel's downstairs, isn't it? I think Zygor is planning on a day one patch, which is nice. I wonder how many other add-ons are going to cry. Is it worth doing? The big add-ons usually get ahead of this these days, don't they? Still Christmas apparently on my Curse Forge. I don't know what's going on with that. It's been Christmas all year for me. Right. Going to have to post some auctions, I think. In fact, Oh, dare I say it, I need to go kill rares in the Undermine. That'd be good practice, actually. Good practice to try and remember what the flipping hell we're doing. So many older add-ons that refer to bags or bank in some way are going to break for sure. Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah. Anything that integrates with a bank in some way is just going to crash and burn, isn't it? Oh, for reference, you know I said I needed to do like 21 checklists across the weekend or something to get exalted? Yeah, I did none. I didn't even log on to WoW over the weekend. Hey, Goldzon, by the way, if you're lurking, this is your flipping fault. This, your fault, asshole. Your fault. Flipping hell. This is why I haven't done my checklists this week. Flipping casual 17 hours since Friday. This is what I did all weekend. Christ. It's a good game, though. It's a good game. Good game. But it is the reason I've done 0 checklists, and I need to get Bilgewater to Exalted.
Tourism's taking a big hit with all this violence. Get some pics of celebs having a good time to show the cool side of Undermine, right?
Dumpsters, cans, races, rares, and jobs. Dumpsters, cans, rares, 3. Do I bother trying to do these checklists, or do I just call it a day? Probably should, shouldn't I? Actually, we are so violently short on Mechanica. We're going to do something we haven't done for a long time. Feels like a long time anyway. We might kill a few rares. Mostly because I need to remember how to do it. Good opportunity to just, you know, chat rubbish. See if I can remember what we're doing here. Feels really weird to have an account with only 1 character on it. Oh, the booster account, yeah. Yeah, especially one that doesn't even have the latest expansion. Does mean it's kind of, even though it doesn't have the latest expansion, if you have an account with just a level 70 booster on it, it's kind of quite, feels like quite an expensive hobby. You log them in, it costs you a token every time. Don't forget the Dark Moon Fair before you do turn-ins. Yeah, I'll get to checklists later. I'm massively behind on Mechanicas, so I'm going to see if I can remember how we do this. Kill a few things quickly. See if I can actually remember what we're doing. Warbank access doesn't matter. Oh, they're all flipping. Ah, now, you see, this is going to be interesting for me, actually. How many times does, how many times are we going to find all the characters living on the same shard from now on? Because I reckon the amount of individual shards is going to be a fraction of what it is when everybody leaves. What's the thing about Mechanica? I missed the Undermine. Not sure I want to dig into it days before Season 3. Oh, no. Yeah, it's not something you want to even think about right now if you haven't already done it. Genuinely. But how many gold does it save you every time you log in? Well, yeah, that boosting account, if you can, you know, if you log it in and you boost a couple of characters, like, what is it still? Like 100k, I'd guess. Something like that. 100k maybe to pay somebody to boost from 10 to 70. 200k from like 10 to 80 maybe. Something along those lines, I reckon. So yeah, in a weird way, it is saving you money if you're using it properly. Yeah, the Mechanica thing isn't like a 5-minute setup. It literally took me best part of an entire month to set this up properly, really. If I think about it. But it's not now kind of something that I can just passively log on from time to time and kill some rares, get some Mechanicas. What you farm there? Well, you're literally farming the miscellaneous Mechanica, which are... I have a little Trade School Master custom price source to try and put a value to these things. They're still worth about 40k each. But obviously you can't sell the Mechanicas directly. You can only convert them to pets and mounts and then sell the pets and mounts. Okay, this team seems dead. So the theory is now we switch out to the next team. And the whole point of this is that we can fire through a whole bunch of realms. When it's up, it's also, you can also use the account for a lot of other stuff, like waiting for rares for world drops and stuff as well. My boosting account is also, the character is positioned on like some dead ass realm in the middle of nowhere, dead ass RP realm as well. So it is, yeah, a good one that it can go basically anywhere in the world and most of the rares will be up most of the time. Good for like hopping other characters in if you need a dead shard sort of thing. That was done off the very smart advice from Mr. Wu in chat here. To put the character on a low ass realm with not much going on it. Pets are 300k on my server, not sure which to buy with Mechanica, I mean. Well, they're all, the value of the pets are, pretty much everything is valued based upon how many Mechanica it takes to buy the thing. So there were 4 pets that cost 5 Mechanica each, so those pets are going for like 200, 250k. There is 1 pet that's worth 8 and then 1 pet that's worth 10 Mechanica. So of course those ones are a little bit more expensive. But the value is pretty much predetermined. So when it comes to which one to buy, pick any of them. It doesn't really matter. Proper goblins would tell you like look at sale rate and all of this sort of business, but it don't really matter.
Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new marks. I mean, customers.
Wu has a lot of wisdom. Hey, he's a clever man. $40 mil of thaumaturgy mats without the resourcefulness file feels so wrong. Yeah, I bet that's weird. I can see that being odd for sure, yeah. Alright, that's that team done. How long does it take you to get 5 Mechanicas? Well, my setup is designed to kill somewhere in the region of up to 300 rares in about 2 hours. Which, if you do rough napkin maths based on drop rates, I should average about 8 Mechanica a day in that period of time. So I can get 8 Mechanica in about 2 hours. If I actually pay attention. That's a big caveat. Paying attention is required, but up to 8 Mechanicas in about a 2 hour time window. Some days you'll get 5, some days you'll get 6, you know, but I can pretty much get enough to buy a pet every day in less than a couple of hours. So I still consider it like 100k gold an hour farm. But what I would also state is that, yes, it's 100k gold an hour farm, but it does take me 5 accounts to be able to do it. So I equally have 5 accounts worth of expense at the same time. Once the accounts are paid for, then which they pay for themselves quite quickly at that rate. From that point on, it's all GG. There's junk walls up. I'm not going to go running around hunting for... I'm literally just going to fire through them. And if there are rares up, they get killed. And if there aren't rares up, you just log them out. $20k per account. Sounds like a shit farm to me. Yeah, terrible, don't do it. Terrible, don't do it. Going through my concentration alts now, should I wait until after reset to sell everything I just made? The age-old question, and I have started to answer this question in the same way almost regardless who asks it, is if you don't know when the best time to sell is, sell half of it now, sell half of it then. Half now, half later. It's the only way you... Because if you pick one or the other, you could sell everything now, and you could make a bunch of gold. You could wait, and you could risk it, and you could maybe sell it for more later, but you could also maybe sell it for less later. So, sell half of it now, sell half of it later. Sell half of it now, sell half of it later. Learn from the experience. And go from there. Cloaking chance will go crazy on Wednesday. But that's probably true. They'll pop off. But for the same, at the very same time, they will get markets will be reset, and then they'll be cancel scanned into oblivion, and competition will be absolutely flipping outrageous. So it's the same sort of scenario as always, really.
Celebs having a good time to show the cool side of Undermine, right?
Last season's goal making for me was such a no-no, such a turn-off. Well, I mean, like, I am Mr. Doesn't Farm yet, you know. I could make 100k gold an hour farming Mechanica rares, or I could AFK on multiple accounts and do thaumaturgy, which isn't actually playing the game. You know, it's like... and probably make a similar number. So it's kind of like, I don't know, yeah. Crafting at this point in the expansion is usually so poor that you have to search for other options, really. And I'm past the point where I think professions are head and shoulders above, or crafting is head and shoulders above everything else. There's flow to it. The very early parts of an expansion, crafting is just god tier for goal making, and you basically don't beat it. But as quick as you can make gold at the beginning, it also, especially now, squishes to single-digit margins, which I've said before, single-digit margins don't really attract me all that much anymore. I have enough gold to not have to chase single-digit margins, is how I tend to feel. I'd rather shoot big and go for the big wins. That said, I have just spent 8 million gold on materials this morning, so... Whoops. $10 tokens in Panda, so kind of just good sitting waiting for midnight. Yeah, if I had any form of like free setup for Panda, I might have done the same, but like I said, the last month for me has been WoW vacation, so trying to set up a classic account to the point where I could make a bunch of gold from it. I was like, nah. But you're right. Like, you can make some tokens really. It's start of an expansion, right? Classic is now at the point where it basically operates the same way. The beginning of a classic expansion launch is like a retail expansion launch in terms of like goal making opportunity. But it's still a different game. I know it's the same game, just older, but it's still, as far as I'm concerned, a different game. If I'm going to not play retail and I'm going to go play a different game, I'm going to play a different game that's probably not World of Warcraft. Just check my auction house. No 5 Mechanica pets are up. What would you post it for? If there's literally none up on your realm, that's A, very surprising. But B, just like, I don't know, whatever you want for it. You've got the position to... You're in the position to be able to set the price. That's up to you. The higher the number that you pick, the less chance there is of you selling it. Just know that the region average sale price on the 5 Mechanica pets is about 200k. But anything above that, you're going to... anything above 200k, you're going to slow down how quickly you might sell it, but it's up to you. So ready for the Midnight Alpha and the Professions, but it may be more of the same, just with player housing. I don't think they're going to check, like... I don't think we're going to see any broad sweeping changes to Professions in Midnight. Absolutely not. It'll be tweaks at best. This is why I think the testing will be quite straightforward this time round. Obviously, we had concentration to investigate and play with and theorize how it would change things. The Thaumaturgy was another big profession change that, I mean, even at this point, there were people that don't really know how it works. Should I level it to 25 first? No. Actually, I'd proactively not do that. Because with the only time you want to level pets to 25 first is if they're common pets within pet battling. That's the only time where you can really see a premium or charge a premium for a level 25 pet. Because if somebody's buying it to put in a pet battle team, it saves them the job or the cost of leveling it up. But these Mechanica pets, they're not battle pets in that regards. They're just collector items. So, yeah, don't bother. Look, how we doing? Welcome in. Got a few free days. Some time off. Time off is good. Enjoy it. Still have capital for the next expansion. Draenor probably. Oh, what, on the classic front? WoD Classic is going to be funny, man. We're at the point where Classic doesn't feel very classic anymore. We're starting to get to the point where I'm like, oh yeah, that expansion wasn't that long ago. There was a survey or something that went out. Did any of you guys see this? Blizzard send out these surveys occasionally asking, you know, for feedback on certain stuff. They even on the survey, they toyed with the option of, after the classic expansion finishes, letting those characters roll into retail characters. So that goes to show how you know, almost close we are to classic just being retail again at this point.
Could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new marks.
The fact that they're floating that idea around is kind of crazy. I'm just waiting for them to do, like, proper classic seasonal. Like, it has to happen, right? We're at a point where, as we're moving up, we missed a Pandaria this year, WoD next year, the tail end of Remix, sorry, the tail end of Midnight and the start of Last Titan, we'll be doing Legion Classic. And by that point, Classic's just not Classic, is it? That's just few expansions back. It's not the same vibe at that point, I don't think. I don't know how long they can kind of keep this up for with the just release one every year and just keep going. I guess they keep going for as long as it's a cash cow, but I'm kind of surprised they haven't done like proper legacy servers with like just 6-month rolling restarts on them. You know, just do full wipes. And if people know what they're getting themselves in for in that regards as well, it will be a huge success, I think. Just rolling 6-month resets on Classic. Every 6 months, it just starts again. Stupid as it sounds, people will dive on that. It's kind of what I expected them to do with Classic in the first place, to be honest, but obviously many enough people wanted to explore revisiting the old expansions again, but I guess they needed to at least explore that option first for those that wanted it, and in a couple of years' time, I think it'll just be like 6-month, 9-month rolling restarts. Was that graph where Classic and Retail will release the same in 2070 if they keep up at this pace? I don't know where that came from, but that makes no sense whatsoever. It would be much, much, much sooner than that. Because a Classic expansion lasts 1 year, a Retail expansion lasts 2. And in fact, a Retail expansion lasts less than 2 now. It lasts 18 months. So I mean, I guess maybe because the Retail ones are slightly faster now, it will take longer for Classic to catch up. But when Retail expansions were like 2 years, Classic could catch up much faster than that. So I did see that graph, but I didn't agree with it. I don't know what numbers they used, but because I'd have put it way before 2070, I'd have said 2035 or something. I can definitely say there's nobody in the Undermine. I think nearly every team so far I've logged on and one of them has just had all the rares up ready to go. I'm not going to complain because this is literally the dream, but it's clearly people have been done with this zone quite a while, at least in this perspective.
Tourism's taking a big hit with all this violence. Get some pics of celebs having a good time to show the cool side of Undermine, right?
I haven't tested this on the PTR actually, but when we're like 50 item levels higher, killing these rares is going to be so goddamn fast.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new marks. I mean, customers.
It's all 4 of them? Yeah, Thwack's the last one. With the new banks, if you're already 80, you're going to get everything for free. The way they worded it is that if you're already level 80, you should get everything unlocked. Whereas if you're lower than level 80, you will get whatever you have already unlocked on that lower level character, you'll have access to, or the equivalent of. The bank is being your what is it, like 7 bank bags or something are going to be the equivalent of 4 bank tabs, I think. And then you get a reagent bank tab and you get a void storage bank tab. So if on a lower than if on a level 79 or lower character, you get a ratio based upon what you've already unlocked on that character. Did you see the Meat Cannon video about pirate software? Oh, no, I haven't. I'm streaming on YouTube as well, so I can't actually watch that on stream because that's absolutely guaranteed to get my stream copy striked. But I will watch that because that sounds very funny. Yes, I will definitely watch that later. What we got? We got Nitro on one realm. Sweet. Okay, we might have to do a little bit of hoppity-hoppities on this team. At the loot, what's the change with the banks? They're making the default banking system the same as like the War Bank and the Guild Bank, you know, tabular, rather than using bags. And you'll buy the tabs rather than having to buy the slots and then put a bag in it. Obviously, the main concern for most players, though, is what's going to unlock and where's it going to go and all of this sort of stuff. But I'm going to have faith that it's just going to work. There's nitros up on this realm, but I don't believe it. Oh, it's because he was. He did. Yeah, that's coming in 11.2. It's like UI changing to the bank. Void storage is being deleted after about a decade too long. Oh, there's a fly in here somewhere and it keeps walking on my leg. Cloak was week 3. No, I mean, you get the cloak day 1. Cloak day 1. Having the cloak is a prerequisite to even get in the raid, apparently. So yeah, cloak is day 1. And for those who care about the unlocking recipes and stuff, Renown 5 is a day 1 adventure as well. So expect contracts, expect Vantus runes, expect, you know, all of that will be accessible day 1. And when I say day 1, people will have it within a matter of minutes because people have figured out like optimal route to get them world first sort of styly. But use the pin comments if you want to pin comment, both on YouTube and on Twitch if you want to read through the goblin news. Yeah, my little goblin notes for 11.2. Renown 5 will be the tailoring socket. I think it will be a day 1 market that will end up going for 1 gold. It's quite funny. I checked my YouTube analytics the other day. Both my alchemy leveling video and tailoring leveling video have seen significantly more views recently than most of the other professions, which I think is quite funny. Tailoring is popped up like out of nowhere. The alchemy leveling video does quite well every expansion anyway, but the tailoring leveling one has like seen a lot more interest recently. Clearly people are looking at what it's going to take to get the threads and be quote unquote self-sufficient. It's quite funny. Sneaky little insider view to what others are thinking. No gold to be made on the new stuff. It's super cheap to make, and you'll make more gold with the old crafts. Good, bait them on the new crafts, so we'll sell all the old stuff with more margin. It's, yeah, I don't think your use of concentration either is going to particularly change or anything. It's literally business as usual for crafting. Business as usual. What if your low-level characters already have bags in every slot in your bank? You lose them? Yes. Wow, slugger. That's it. Yeesh. Oh, twigs. Less dots. Everybody in? Go. Pick a swig skill. I mean, put it this way. I actually really hope that Blizzard doesn't mail you 7 soulbound bags on every one of your characters. Purely from the point of view of that will just be hyper annoying when you log on to a character to find that in your mailbox. That you're just going to have to go to a vendor and delete. Like, I genuinely hope they delete the bags. That's 2 at least. I'll be bothered to try and fish for the rest. Might, if something's up, give it a go. Nitro tally. Nope. Next team. Fire through this nice and fast today. I'm surprised for first day back that I actually remember how the hell we do this. Oh, well, Bear's Adventures turns up. Hey, you're in the middle of a subathon. Get streaming. Go. Go, go, go. Welcome in, Bear. Good morning, good morning. I suppose it is only 10 a.m. in the UK, isn't it? So maybe a little early for a Bear stream. You're in bed? Part-timer. On a 10 a.m. on a Monday. Go, really are getting into the content creator life. Swigs, we take swigs. Oh, if this fucking fly doesn't go away. It's a random ass fly, and it keeps crawling on my leg, and it tickles. And I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know how to get it to go away. Took a shower literally an hour ago, so it's not because I smell before any of you start throwing shade. It's glorious. It's really weird. Like, some people are so... Well, the world in general feels like so routinely embedded in the 9 to 5 world that whenever you try to explain to somebody that you don't fit that mold, they look at you funny. Like, for example, when, you know, my average bedtime is between midnight and 1 usually, but it can often be as late as 3. But then I get my 8 hours sleep and I wake up, right? I get my and so then when, you know, if we go to our summer place, for example, or go stay with family or something, whatever the case is, and everybody gets up in the morning and I'm pretty consistently the last one out of bed every time. And I get heat for it because people are like, "Oh, why are you wasting all your morning in bed?" And I'm like, "Fuck off! I went to bed at 3. Like, I've had the same amount of sleep as you, just because I had it at a different time of the day." Like, people don't click that. It should be considered perfectly acceptable to go to bed when you want, wake up after 8 hours. You get 8 hours sleep, you're winning. If I go to bed at 2 and I get out of bed at 10, I've had the same 8 hours sleep you did. How am I lazy? Like, it's crazy. You wake up late and therefore you are lazy. Yeah, exactly, yeah. First rule is don't give a fuck what others think about you. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. It doesn't stop me staying in bed till 10 a.m. in the morning. At the weekends, you are not getting me out of bed before 10 a.m. on a weekend, unless something serious is going on. But that's because I'm also not going to bed before it's the next day. Categorically. Right, there is apparently no rares on these realms, so maybe this is just a dead team, we move on. Society wants you to conform. You must follow the rules. I live in Finland now, and Finland is a country that is just like obsessed with rules. Finnish people at their core are just all about rules. Alright, if this fly don't fuck off anytime soon, I'm gonna start having some serious... Hang on, I have a theory. I have a plan. Big fly. Go. Get him. Got him. I whipped him into a new century. And leave the tea towel there. That fly keeps crawling on my leg. Sorry. Right. Nope, Tally is not up on this realm. Oh, she's sneaky around the corner. What are you doing over there? I might not get the tag on you if you're all the way over there. Sleep a couple of hours after my 24-hour shift and then somehow I'm lazy. Yeah. It's like my, I don't know what the term is for this, but like, my wife's sister's husband, like, if he doesn't get out, if he's still in bed by 8 o'clock in the morning, he genuinely feels like he's ruined the day. Like, he genuinely feels like his day is absolutely ruined if he's in bed past 8. But at the same time, it'll be Saturday night. Everybody will be like, you know, having a few drinks, playing some games, you know, socialising, whatever. 9 o'clock turns up and he's like, I'm going to bed. Good night. Oh, sure, but it's like, okay. Talk about wasting the day. You've missed the social hours of the day. Drives me insane because it often starts a chain reaction of other people are like, oh, well, you know, it has been quite a long day, or the sun's been quite draining, or you know what, I might head off now. And I'm like, oh, you fucking ruined it. Like, there's me, I've just opened a bottle of wine. I'm like, damn. All goes horribly wrong. Follow the sun, lots of sleep in the winter, but like 3 hours in the summer. Yeah, that would kill me though. That would absolutely kill me dead. I have that fucking flies back. Ooh, son of a bitch. Break something in a minute, and it better be that fly's neck. Keeps crawling on me leg. Release the hounds. Yeah, I got two savage beasts behind me. One that you can see is clearly paying zero attention. Where is the other dog? Oh, the other dog's behind the sofa. Two savage beasts. Neither of them are fulfilling their role. Oh, Jesus, you clipping me trying to swat a fly. Lord. I'm going to assume that's what that is. Oh, God. I forget I'm live on stream sometimes. Right, we've killed 3 rares. That'll do. Log off. Clearly a Beastmaster Hunter. What, can't even kill a fly. You know what's also really fun, boys and girls? I'm doing something very interesting on Sunday. Very interesting. You know how having 2 dogs is cool? You know it would be even cooler than 2 dogs? There's only one thing better than 2 dogs. I wonder if anybody can guess. A 2 cats and a donkey? Okay, clearly I've underestimated your guys' abilities to guess. But yes, we are going to see some puppies on Sunday. An alpaca? Flipping hell. Now, I would clarify that even if there's only, to our understanding, we are going to see puppies, yet there is only one that is still available. So in Finland, there's fortunately quite a process, or should I say, a cultural process that you go through when buying a dog, if the breeder is doing their job properly, which is like they will always want to see and speak to and talk to the person who wants the puppy, right? So it's a little bit judgy. So you are it does feel like you're basically going to an interview, but obviously it is designed to make sure that dumb asshats don't just, go and buy a puppy and then, not look after it. But yes, that's happening on Sunday, and I am very excited, much excited.
Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new
Same, Lapland, yeah. It would be a third Finnish Lapland. Black ones, so it'd be a second black one. But it's still reliant on us, one, being able to get one. I've been pestering for a third dog for ages. And I know how this sounds, and it's not as bad as I make it sound, but my own dog is getting old. And I don't want the younger of our current dogs to ever be by herself, because she's very dependent on the other dog. So I want there to be a crossover to where we have 3, which is arguably too many, but I'm very aware that there is not long left with our older one. So it's within the next 6 months, I reckon we'll have a new puppy. That's the plan. It's not replacement, but it's preparation for the inevitable. Gonna be awesome when it chews up your everything. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on the wire hunt and pay close attention. The reality is when we do get one, it will probably be in here with me most of the day, so we can properly get puppy cam on the go. Because who doesn't love some puppy cam? No rares on any of these shards. Oh, Tally is apparently up here. Is that fake news? Yeah, because Tally is dead. Wow, we're going to have our first 0 team. Really do the puppy land shark stage again. Oh, that's the best part. Genuinely the best part. Training them, and when they're silly and goofy and dumb is literally the best part. Do you have to pay a tax for having dogs? No. It's not going to be cheap, though. Not going to be cheap. There's 2 options. We either buy... There's usually when you... Well, we've already got 2 female dogs. So it sort of makes sense for us to also get a female. When you buy female dogs, there's often the opportunity to make a deal with the breeder. To where you pay less for the dog, but it's usually on the agreement that at some point that female dog will have puppies. This is how they carefully control the breeding of the dogs. And so it's usually under the, you get the dog cheaper, but it's usually on the agreement that the first litter of puppies is then, you know, the owner, the original owners. But they do it all. They, you know, cover all medicals and all that sort of stuff. That's how the business keeps ticking over. So there's that option. But even doing that, the dog would still be €1,000. So it's not going to be particularly cheap, but an expense I don't really afford right now. But that's what credit cards are for, right? We'll worry about that after. Absolutely no substitute for the many years of companionship. Just I wasn't expecting a dog bill.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights.
18 weeks into the land shark phase, she went and broke her leg jumping like a bellend. Not for the faint-of-hearted. Oh, ouch.
How you doing,
Are they okay? Is she okay? What dog do you have, Haley? Better still. Pics or it didn't happen. Discord some pics. Nothing beats puppy pictures. Literally nothing. Nitro no more. It's literally still on the map. How can it be Nitro no more when it's literally on the map? Did I not phase? Aha, there we go. We didn't phase. Need to create a channel in the Discord for doggo pics. I think there is pet pics, isn't there? Although, is there not pet pics in the Discord? Oh, I've baited people with pet pic. Yeah, there's literally a channel called Pets under general chat. My Discord's quiet at the moment, though. I need to up my game. It'll pop off. It'll come back to life when we, Oh, I've already killed Swigs on this team. Whoops. It'll come back to life once the alpha starts. Just cage now till it heals. She hates me, but it's for her own good. She's a golden. They're prone to joint issues. Ah, golden. You see, this for me. I said to the wife, I'll have one of two dogs. I'll have a golden retriever, or I'll have another Lapland dog. I did find some golden retriever puppies, but there's quite a waiting list for those, unfortunately, because they are super popular. When do you think the alpha starts? Considering all expectations out there that the Midnight will launch in February, I genuinely don't think it's going to be all that long before we see an alpha, you know.
Get some pics of celebs having a good time to show the cool side of Undermine.
I mean,
right?
when you think about it logically, it can't really, can it? Because they have alpha, and then alpha's got to last a certain amount of time. Let's say they do a really short alpha and it only lasts 4 weeks. They then have to bring it down for a few weeks, do shit. Like, it genuinely can't be that long before we get an alpha. October feels like about as late as it can be. I'd even suspect maybe even earlier, September. in reality, there's not really all that much time to do an alpha phase, take it down, work on it, do a beta phase, do pre-patch, launch. And they're squeezing in player housing in all of that somewhere. Like player housing, I don't suspect is going to be a pre-patch thing. I tend to think that it will be. I tend to feel that player housing will be its own patch. I still think they're probably going to do something to roll it in with the whole midnight stuff, but that's only because, you know, Microsoft marketing will kind of have told them they have to. September alpha, November beta. That timeline doesn't sound outrageous to me. 1,000 get a golden again. They're amazing dogs. Oh, I love them. I've never met a golden retriever I didn't fall in love with. This is why I absolutely would love to have one myself, but at the same time, I've had Lapland dogs for like 12 years now, and they're just super cool. They have the set. They have border collie vibes without the bonus batteries that every border collie comes with. You still need to obviously take them for a couple of walks and everything, but they're not quite as energetic as your border collie. But they've got similar level intelligence. Were bred for the same thing. Pre-order player housing, milk the cow. I'd be amazed if they don't do something like that. Announce the pre-order for midnight with the gain access to player housing with your pre-order. As scumbaggy as it feels, knowing full well just what player housing means to basically everybody. Pre-order will probably also get you access to the beta again, yeah. And dare I say, if you buy the Elite version, they'll probably do 3 days early access to everything, to midnight again. Slightly annoyingly, but they probably will. Unfortunately, that shit makes far too much money for them to not do it on moral reasons. Which is a bit of a shame, but, you know, money's money. Shit, missed it. Nobody up on any realm. Had a couple of dead teams. I cursed it by saying that I'd had good rare luck, didn't I? That's why. This is not the day to hang around, so on if it's not happening. If I would have one wish about housing, it would be to remove it. Such a waste of resources. Housing is critical for Blizzard, though. Housing is absolutely critical for Blizzard. I don't think a lot of people realize just how important housing is. Not from a gameplay perspective, but from a business perspective. Genuinely, like, the only thing that is going to put World of Warcraft back in the front and center limelight, you know, we all look back with like rose-tinted goggles to the Wrath era, for example. It's like the heyday of World of Warcraft. There is only one opportunity World of Warcraft has to do that again, and it's housing. Because housing has an appeal that spreads far wider than the MMO genre. the MMO genre that is historically pretty aged now. It's not a young audience particularly. It's pretty aged. It's very tight. It's very passionate about. It's very often has a sort of a very niche, but very serious, almost elite player base to it, which is why an awful lot of MMOs don't really last all that long. Because the core audience, the core player base of those there's this constant nature with an MMO that if you're not continuously playing it for years and years on end, you fall behind, and when you fall behind, you don't catch up, which basically makes your audience even more and more and more and more and more elitist's not the right word, but like concentrated over years. Nothing World of Warcraft has really done, other than launch Classic, has softened that contraction of their player base over the years. Housing is one of those things, though. Housing will spread the interest in playing World of Warcraft significantly further than I think most people understand. If they get housing right, it will attract people from all avenues of gameplay into World of Warcraft. Now, you've got to be a bit of a dick to claim that less players playing an MMO is a good, like, more players can only be a good thing, right? More people to the game can only be a good thing. And that's what housing has the opportunity to do. So even if, you know, housing from a gameplay perspective isn't your jam, understanding just how critical it is to Blizzard as a company and World of Warcraft as a franchise is why they can't fuck it up. They actually can't fuck it up. Because if they get it right, it puts WoW stratospheric again. It puts WoW back at 10 million concurrent, 20 million concurrent players. Whereas there's a lot of people with a World of Warcraft subscription right now, but that's basically because they're running 2-3 different variations of the game, and it's the combined quantity of players that accounts to a sub count that builds that total sub count. But retail's always been the cash cow for Blizzard. Retail's the avenue that makes the money. The other aspects are, such as Classic, for example, and things like Season of Discovery, don't really make them much money. Other than it's an extra value proposition for having that one WoW sub. But housing will literally bring people to the game that have never played the game before. In waves, if they get it right. Sims 4 is free. Yeah, that's the biggest smoke and mirrors sentence that you've said today. The Sims 4 is anything but free. It's the most freemium game, I think, in existence these days. Short of your flipping Genshin Impacts and Raid Shadow Legends. Within 4 minutes of playing The Sims, you are bombarded with options to download expansion packs and stuff. But it's that same concept, it's that same genre, it's that same market that WoW's going to try and tap into. And if they get it right, it's a market that's flipping huge. And it's more than just your sweaty basement dwelling goblin, you know. Not saying there's anything wrong with being a sweaty basement dwelling goblin, but they're rarely the players that make the company any money. They are your true, dedicated, die-hard fans, sure. But they'll also be your biggest critics. And also the first ones to stand on a soapbox. Housing makes tons of money for other devs. Like I said, even regardless to what you think of housing as a gameplay feature, it's monumentally important that they get it right. From a even if you don't want to use the business word, even if you don't want to like look at it from a money front, just as a brand, as a franchise, housing is monstrously important to Blizzard. Average player in Lord of the Rings Online has 3 to 5 premium houses. That's $200 to $300 just for the houses themselves. Yeah, your avid fans will hoover that shit up. Absolutely hoover that shit up. Plus, it provides a nice casual in for those that are new to the genre or new to the game. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that housing thing in World of Warcraft? Yeah, I've not tried. I've never played World of Warcraft. That housing looks really cool though. Let me give that a go. And then all of a sudden they're hooked. That's the theory, at least. Well, if they get it right, big news. They fuck it up, it's also big news. You've seen the potential merge with Classic and Retail. Imagine the riot if that happens and they keep the collectibles from Classic into Retail. Oh, you're referring to that survey. To be fair, that survey was floating all possible options, right? It was pick one of these 5, and it was like the 5 different possible outcomes. But yeah, the fact they're still floating the idea around. In questionnaire form, you often put ludicrous answers just to see how many people are ludicrous. Okay, these dudes aren't even in the Undermine. If they're not even in the Undermine, that means they've been parked here to do some prospecting. Which means I'm not going to worry too much about getting them to the Undermine and doing stuff. Okay, well that means we banged out the daily farm in, well, my stream's only been going an hour and 42 minutes. We were chatting and doing a whole bunch of shit for a half hour first. So that only took a little over an hour, which was good. It might not be a terrible idea then to post some auctions. Because if you don't post shit, you don't sell shit. Facts. Let's head back to bottom of the list. I'll get you guys on and get some stuff posted on the auction house. Let's get the gold. Get the gold flowing. You stand here on a long boy and look interesting. Is the marketing team pushing housing to midnight? It feels like it. It feels like it to me. They started off introducing housing as something that was separated from any single expansion and was just going to being sold as a system that's just coming when it's ready. I think Ian even went as far as to say that it's not like a feature of Midnight at one point. That it's an evergreen system, it's its own entity, all of this sort of stuff. Maybe that was just to try and clarify the fact that, it's not something like Torghast that's going to turn up for an expansion and then disappear. It's something that they plan to build on. Whereas a lot of the content that they bring to the game is just that. It's disposable, right? They build it, they put it in the game, people like it or they don't, and then they move on to something else. But more recently, every time they have showcased player housing in any way, shape, or form, it's got Midnight logos slapped all over it. So it's clearly being used very aggressively as a ploy for selling Midnight. I mean, wouldn't you? Like, it's not a dig. It's not a. It just seems like the obvious thing to do. Right. Let's see if we get some stuff listed. Can you still not do time walking as a cross-faction group? I can't remember the exacts. I kind of thought that any pre-made group could basically do anything these days, but there's always exceptions to the rule. I can't remember, if I'm honest. Selling shit? Oh, basically beef. I was going to say, what the hell are we selling that quick? In theory, I should probably run a sniper scan, see if there's any deals knocking about and all, shouldn't I? While we're here. Maybe we do that after actually think about it. Maybe we just quick fire through listing everything. Get everything on the auction house, and then we can once we've got everything listed, then we can go shopping. Oh, that fly's back again. Damn you, son of a... My Demon Hunter's a Night Elf, and I wanted Volpira's to boost because of the camp racial. I can't remember. I think my Demon Hunter's Blood Elf, and all of my characters are Horde. So I didn't stumble across that. I don't know. This is one of those things chat will know. Anyone here selling pets mounts from Mechanica? Yep. Hi. I think probably a lot of people. I still don't have what I feel is enough stuff on a lot of these realms. Getting there. I'm slowly building the stocks of stuff. But I guess if you don't If you don't buy any more, you won't have more to sell. Personally, I try to keep one of every pet and mount from the Mechanicas up on the auction house. If I have them, they're listed on Draenor. That said, I logged on today to find out that I'd sold 2 of the mounts, so I'm like 50 Mechanicas short, having one of everything right now. I know, goblin problems, right? So, for when those people proclaim that I don't make gold anymore these days, we started the stream off with 2 million gold in a mailbox. It was nice. Technically, it was 26 days ago I sold them, mind, because I nearly lost them to the mailbox monster, which would have been real tragic. Like I always tell people, you never plan a vacation from WoW. So if you do go a week or 2 without logging on, make a conservative effort to empty mailboxes. Even if you're off busy, addicted, playing other games, or you're taking a break or whatever. Never, ever, 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 ever let your game time expire without emptying mailboxes first. That is a recipe for disaster. I was going to change all of these characters to list for 24 hours instead of 48. I forgot. Shit. Well, in 48 hours, we'll be super busy playing 11-1, hopefully. 11-2, sorry. Flipping hell. You fear the bank change is coming, or do you think Blizzard will not fuck it up? I'm being very passive about it. I'm not caring about it. I'm not doing anything about it. I'll just make a stink if they fuck it up. I don't realistically have huge amounts of stuff knocking about in guild banks or in banks in general. So I don't really feel I've got a lot to lose in that regard. But it will definitely balls up somewhere, because they absolutely definitely won't have tested it thoroughly enough. Let's just hope it's not a guild bank heist 2.0. And at the end of the day, if they do balls it up, it is only a video game. Just go again. I know that's not the right attitude to have, but or maybe it is. Change goes live in 2 days. Yeah, with reset, yeah. Yeah, with the patch, a bank change will happen in a couple of days. Launch will be an evening stream for you? No, I'll well, Team NA gets it first, don't they? So my schedule won't change. Team EU gets it the next day. Although tomorrow drops kick off tomorrow, there might be a prime opportunity to stream tomorrow evening. Bit of a waiting room situation. Keep ourselves busy. Get some drops. Instead of streaming at the usual time tomorrow. Not sure. Haven't decided. Technically it's the first day back for me, so I'm just, you know, we haven't planned the schedule. Arguably, I probably shouldn't be streaming today. Should be doing something more constructive, like making a video on 11.2. But pinned comment, have my notes, job done. Never ever spoke about it ever. Yeah, they did a scarily good job of just like brushing that under the rug. The Guild Bank heist. Honestly, I don't think enough people made a big enough stink about it for it to like go mainstream. Plus, as gross as it sounds, I think there are some players who are significantly more affected by the Guild Bank heist than others. Most people put stuff in a bank and forget about it and don't even know if they get robbed. There are obviously like avid collectors and like bigger guild leaders and stuff that are more consciously aware of what they had in guild banks and were, you know, probably actively using a guild bank for its proper guild bank purpose, who lost a lot and like were aware of it. But I also feel that annoyingly, the reason why it probably didn't go more mainstream than it did is that the vast majority of people just couldn't care less. Which often the vocal minority can make a big enough stink, but what's usually the case is that it takes the vocal minority to scream and shout about something, and for the rest of the player base to go, yeah, I agree. And then they get passionate about it and it snowballs and it becomes a thing that Blizzard then can't ignore. Problem with the guild bank thing is if you weren't affected by it and you don't care, you had no reason to jump on the bandwagon and like get hyped about it. So even though only a handful of players did anything about it, whether it be post on forums or make videos about it or whatever, I don't think it went properly mainstream enough for Blizzard to care. Drops tomorrow, 19-hour start. I don't actually know exactly when they start. I should probably check and find this out. I'm half hoping that Mr. GM does a little GIF thing for it and tweets it out. He might have already done it. He's usually way ahead on that sort of stuff. Does it say in my Twitch dashboard when the drops start? Where's drops? Viewer rewards? What's the date? 4th. So starts tomorrow, 5th of August. Why can't I find it? They not start tomorrow? Okay, that's weird. It's not actually on the Twitch dashboard even. Probably a Wowhead post about it somewhere, isn't there? Oh, why can't I find this? Oh, here we go. August 5th. Shade Fur Brew Thistley Doodah. August 5th, new Twitch drop is coming. It's a watch for 4 hours job. Get this little pink bear thing. Sorry, red panda. Not pink bear thing. This goes all the way. I mean, the fact that it goes on until September the 2nd doesn't matter. It's people do it in the first couple of days, don't they? 10 a.m. PDT. Oh, I can't tell you what time that is in normal times. But yeah, it doesn't require you guys to do anything. Just, you know, be here as normal. Watch for 4 hours. And you'll get the Shade Fur Brew Thief pet. Interested to see what the reagent market will do. I think the pattern will probably be the same as it usually is. That we'll see a bit of a dip. I think we'll see a bit of a dip in value of materials from what they currently are at now. Because when the patch launches, everybody goes out and farms, everybody dumps all of their stock and all their inventory. But then it rises up past that. And we'll probably see the peak a little after raid launch. But it's hard to generalize because some things work slightly differently, but under most circumstances, I think the majority of the materials will rise like a week after the raid is launched to their like actual peak. But from that point on, it will be a very sharp, very quick decline, I think. As people are like, okay, this is the last patch, we're done now. That's what usually happens. First part's done, Demon Hunter to 70. Off your little boosty boost, dude. Now you got the expensive bit. Actually twinking him out with some gear. You need the 515 items. PoEs. You'll have to go shopping for them though. Make sure to buy them from the cheapest locations. It's a real random playlist of music today. We put some in. Switch it up a little bit. Focus mode on, the underpin. Oof, I never bother with those. Somebody was saying that the underpin this time is basically just an RNG fest. Like, you can just get fucked so hard by RNG. It doesn't matter if you're doing the mechanics or you've got loads of gear that you can if you don't get good RNG, you're just toast. RNG is totally scuffed. Yeah, I'm not about that. Good luck though. Best of luck. It's cool mount for doing it, but I can't be bothered. In a way, that's kind of how it should be though, shouldn't it? Because it gives a little bit of prestige to actually doing it. We're back to repeating Britney. Casual 50 Britney Spears songs on a playlist. My Spotify is fucked. My niece, 3-year-old niece, was using my Spotify for like 3 days straight, which means every second song recommended is some like Finnish or Swedish kids music. It's like, oh god, my Spotify's ruined. Flipping baby sharks and all sorts of rubbish. Did you let her use your YouTube account as well? No. No. Absolutely not. Luckily, it's the wife that has all of the Netflix and Sky Showtimes and Paramounts and whatever else they are. The RNG's terrible. Zekvir was well designed, but this one's shit. Yeah, I didn't even really bother doing Zekvir. It's not my thing. I equally don't feel as if I'm missing anything by not doing it either. There's plenty of this game I don't do. I just chalk that up to be another aspect of it that I can't be bothered to do. There's plenty of ways to smash your head against a keyboard. I don't need another one. But Baby Shark is amazing. Oh, maybe the first, second, and maybe even the third time. When you start getting into triple digits, you start seeing baby sharks in your sleep. I don't know how parents do it, you know. I'll stick to dogs. I understand dogs. Although somehow I've magically, accidentally, clearly become my little niece's favourite. Which is interesting because we have a very distinct language barrier. She's 3, so she's at that age where she's grasped her mother tongues. I say tongues because she speaks both Finnish and Swedish. Or, well, no, that's a lie. She speaks some Swedish and some Finnish and mixes it all together. So half the time, like, she'll just talk to me in Swedish, and I'm like, yes! But somehow I've become her favourite, and I don't quite know how. Well, I do know how. It's because I play silly games with her, and everybody else spends half their time telling her not to do things. So maybe the language barrier is actually a plus. Plus, I'm a lot more chill about this sort of stuff, and I you know, she's eating the TV remote. I don't care. Good excuse to buy a new TV. Don't start, Haley. Don't start. Don't start. No do-do-do-do-do's. Oh, it's true, though. They definitely don't depend on language much. It's going to be weird, though, because at the moment, she's at that age where she'll just talk to me. She'll look me, like, dead in the eyes and just speak to me in, like, Swedish. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're saying. But at the moment, she doesn't care. Like, she's still 3, so she just doesn't care. She just talks to me, and either I understand or I don't. Whereas it's going to get weird in a year or two's time when you get that little bit more consciousness about you. That she'll then get shy around me, which will be weird, I think. She'll try talking to me in Swedish, and we'll both know that we don't understand each other, and then it becomes awkward. So maybe I should get the Duolingos on the go. Get around to actually learning Swedish. But I categorically know she'll learn English faster than I'll learn Swedish. She wanted to watch Paw Patrol the other day. And she actually said she wanted to watch Paw Patrol in English, which was weird. So she's very intrigued by the languages. Yeah, exactly. Chances are she'll know English far before I learn flipping Swedish. You got kid brain advantage, you know. Kid brain advantage is hacks. I got dumb slow adult brain. We're actually firing through even post in here, which is good. Servers are nice and rapid. Little sponges, just keep them watching English spoken cartoons. Yeah, I have to be careful because, like, obviously she doesn't speak English, but I also have to be slightly careful about what I say because at the same time, she is a sponge and she is a parrot. Like, she'll just throw out an English phrase out of nowhere and it'll be like, oh, well, it's clear where she learned that from. So I got to be really careful. Because, of course, streaming means I have, I guess, what you call verbal diarrhea. I can basically switch my inner monologue on or off. But even Mrs. Manthius, like, looks at me sometimes. It's like, why are you talking to yourself? Force of habit. Because half the time, I'm not actually talking to myself. It's just you lot not listening. I learnt more English from TV than from actual English classes. Oh, probably. Probably. And you'll learn the English you need to learn as well from TV. English classes are just going to be like, they're going to teach you English. I learn English from a book. It's, every person I know that's learned English as a second or even third language and is like native level fluent in English always 100% accredits it to watching TV in English as a kid. Nobody ever turns around and goes, yeah, I've got perfect English because I studied English for 5. No. Absolutely nobody. But I am not exactly skilled in the linguistic department, so who am I to say what works and what doesn't? English classes don't teach you the good words. Yeah. Yeah, the real English. Watching TV and playing WoW. Yeah, I've come across this quite a lot. That there's obviously the fact that you guys are here listening to me in the first place does kind of put an air of bias on this conversation. But a lot of people who have access to like the French client or the German client or stuff still quite often will use the English client, even if even if the game is in their native language, which I find quite interesting. That said, Team Germany has a massive, massive audience. Probably the biggest subculture outside of, English. The forced learning of 100 words for the next test was resulting in a 2.5, whilst my reading and listening skills were a 10. But that's how they taught me. Like, this is how I was taught English at school. Was like, here's a list of words, memorize how to spell them, and then they do a test on it, and you either, sure, I can memorize something for a test the next day. It doesn't mean I've learned anything. It's why to this day I can't spell to save my life. You just attend classes without working at home, reading, watching, speaking, you won't actually learn the language. But grammar rules and communication classes is also important. Like subtle, yeah, with its random B in the middle of subtle. Oh yeah, we've had this discussion before. English words are stupid. Somebody on one of my YouTube videos the other day left a comment saying you've there's too many L's in your thumbnail of the word leveling. I was like, welcome to the English language. Because I spell leveling with 2 L's. Well, 3 technically. You're going to be pedantic about it, but the American way of spelling leveling only has 1 L in the middle. And I never know what to do with thumbnails, so I just like, right, well, I'll just do it my way. Just realised all of these auctions are going to expire literally day 1 of the patch, aren't they? I guess if the patch ends up being completely busted and broken, we can at least tinker with auctions on on Wednesday, even if the new zone is unplayable. English versus American, Trumparian. Is that what it's going to be called going forward? It's not American, it's Trumparian. The one that feels like fingers on a chalkboard to me is on accident instead of by accident. Yeah. I did this on accident. No, you didn't. Yeah, you did that by accident. Another one for me is, could you borrow me that X, Y, or Z? No. Could you lend me? You are borrowing it from me. I am lending it to you. I don't know why that grinds my gears, but it does. But like I said, I try not to, as a single language linguist, I try not to be overly critical of anybody else using English who has learnt it as a second or third language, because it's a bit of a dick move in my opinion. I started to move all items from my guild bank to my bag. See you in a few hours. How'd you have so much stuff in a guild bank though? What are you doing with it all? Why is it not in the auction house in the first place? Sell that shit. Make some coin. The cartel contracts might yield new quartermasters come patch 11.25. It's possible that they've got something in the pipeline, because I have not been able to find really much of anything about the sub cartels and aligning yourself with the sub cartels on the PTR. Now that said, it's not something that's ever really been available for testing, and those contracts are really the only thing I've stumbled across that even leads you to believe that there might be sub cartels. But it is definitely possible that they're cooking some in. And because it's very tactically time gated to, 7 weeks after the raid launches, so 8 weeks into the patch, it would line up very nicely with an 11.25 launch of something. It's a good theory. For those who are baffled by what I'm talking about, actually, I should point out that there's some of the new recipes. There's 3 extra contracts. Now, my guess is that aligning yourself with them is some additional raid utility, but they could be cooking, because you unlock them at Renown 8 with the new raid faction, which of course is not some you can grind regular reputation on the PTR, but without being able to go do the raid, you can't get the raid rep. And this is, as we know, this is gated like 1 renown per week. So in 8 weeks after the launch, these become available, and these seem to make a deal with the cartel BA that earns you the right to call yourself one of them for a week. So there's going to be 3 additional sub cartels, in theory, 8 weeks down the line, whatever that actually means. Note that there's no ranks on them. It's a good point. Yeah, which they're also this mana forged instrument material is gated to the same point. You're not going to be able to get these mana forged instruments to drop prior to week 8 either. So something's happening in 8 weeks that's going to build on what we're getting in 11.2, some way, shape, or form. And if there's no quality on these, it probably doesn't mean that you're going to be grinding rep in traditional fashion. Feels a little sort of a little bit like the weave, the spider dudes. Bought, farmed at least 1 stack, so 1,000 of each material in the game for player housing, or I'm close to it. Which I'm not going to gamble if Blizzard is going to disappear them or not. Oh, so it's yeah. Well, okay, I can see why you're holding on to that. Oh, this track drives me insane. Next. For me, it's like the sign a contract for this week for the Goblin in the hotel. Instead of just going up to an NPC and saying, "Hi, I would like to align with you," that you actually have to use a contract to do it. Could work the same way. Blizzard doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. But yeah, the fact that nobody seems to really know what the hell's going on with these things. And there's 2 other ones. But no comments at all on any of them. So it's yeah, bit of a mystery what these actually really mean. We know where they come from. It's classed as a consumable. It's painted as a standard contract. Guess we'll find out. There was an internal alpha of 11.25 last week as well that popped up. So, something's going on. Something's going on in 11.25. We're starting to see threads appear for. Two guild banks full of stuff and multiple alts with full bags and bank. Just lazy. This is why I'm here to learn, I guess. For the most part, I use the auction house as my infinite bank storage. And if it sells, then, well, now I have gold. And if it doesn't sell, well, I still have the item. Now, obviously, that doesn't work with soulbound stuff, but... Oh, me clicking fingers getting achy, though. One day I'll set up the mouse wheel thing for this. In fact, no. One day I'll be clever and I'll get the foot pedal or something to do it for me. Elgato next has a sale. Actually, the next thing I'm going to buy from Elgato is going to be a new Stream Deck. The buttons are going funky on mine. I have to like really mash the button on my Stream Deck for it to do anything now. I don't know why. I guess they're just those crappy, like, what are they called? They're just crappy buttons. Membrane switches, that's the word I'm looking for. Cleaned out most of the stuff I want to keep of the bank, like legendary items. We'll see if it's going to be Bank Heist 2.0. Didn't they say something about legendaries, that they're going to delete a lot of them anyway? But maybe I need to be slightly careful about how I phrase that. Not like your actual legendary weapons and stuff, but there's like old legendary materials, for example, that have no use in it. There's lots of just old stuff that they said they were going to get rid of. There was a blue post on it somewhere. Somebody will know what I'm talking about and link it. Stupid things like hunter ammo and stuff. Didn't they say they were going to like just delete it anyway? On YouTube, we only hear the voice. Is that intended? There's in-game. You'll get in-game noise, but not much of it. And you don't get music on YouTube. That is by design. Yeah, you'll only hear audio from this game client, which obviously at the moment is not doing a lot. And even then, it's deliberately kept very quiet. Is the post throttle on TSM per account or character? It's character based. It's not a TSM throttle. Well, the throttle is there. It's just TSM's the only add-on that allows you to move fast enough to get near it. It's not actually got anything to do with TSM. It's a system thing, game server thing. But yes, it's per character. Hence why I keep my listings to like 80 to 100 listings maximum, really, per character. Because much after that, you start hitting the throttle. But I can then log off, go on to a new character, and they get their own individual auction house throttles. Hence why it makes my brain hurt when I see people posting like 3,000 auctions on one character. I'm like, that must take you flipping ages. No music, I mean, not that I'm... Yeah, there's, by design, there's no music on YouTube. I'm a bad boy. I just stream copyright Spotify music. So I can't have that broadcast to YouTube. I shouldn't do it on Twitch, but... It also won't be in the VODs on Twitch either, by the way. just noticed posting one at a time gets very slow. I wouldn't necessarily send stuff particularly to another toon. I would just limit how much that single character sells, full stop. It was during Shadowlands when we were all abusing the auction house many hours every day. It was kind of figured out that you can basically, a post action is half the price of a cancel action. Meaning that when you were cancel scanning, you would usually get to 60 items and then it would start slowing down, indicating that your limit is about 120 actions in any given period of time. If you do more than 120 actions on the auction house in quick succession, it starts throttling you. But cancelling an auction counts as 2 actions, because I presume you are searching for the action, and then there is the action of actually cancelling it. So it counts double. When you post items, there's a first initial, the first initial scan that TSM does is a lighter scan, which I don't think uses any of your quota. It's kind of weird how it works, but TSM's the only auction add-on that gets even remotely close to allowing you to do so much so quickly that it matters. The scan does count, though. The scan does count. So if you are somebody that is post spamming one of a thing, you will actually hit a throttle even by just doing the scans. It is possible. Scanning does come out of your quota. It's just a lot lighter of an action, if that makes sense. It's weird. This is real top tier geek stuff right now, isn't it? Right, is that everything? Oh no, one more set of tunes. And that's everything posted. And we're back to up and running properly. Yeah, it's pretty much between 100 and 120 auction listings before shit starts to slow down. But then it's half as many when cancelling. It's like you start hitting the throttle at about sort of 50, 60 when cancelling. But it depends, your quota refreshes. I think it's like a 3 to 5 minute window. And it might actually change depending on how much the servers are being hit for. But we learned all of this in Shadowlands. I had 2 big cups of coffee this morning. My stomach is rumbling. I had breakfast, but I guess actually when I think about it, I had breakfast flipping hours ago. That's probably the issue. Wait, we posted 4 things on these realms. Oh, these realms need to buy some stuff. Holy. Okay, there's auctions listed. That was relatively painless. 2 hours into the stream, rares killed, auctions relisted. Good progress. Should we go shopping? See if there's any bargains to be had anywhere. We started the day by making 2 million gold. So maybe we'll finish the day by spending some of it. Time to summon the clay golem. Coffee never fails. That is true. Certainly shake up the market if you couldn't cancel your auctions. Well, look what happens at the beginning of expansions where the auction house just gets absolutely hammered. Like, what? There was about 4 days at the beginning of the expansion where the auction house just basically didn't work. And yeah, like, the game feels completely different when the auction house doesn't do what it should do. Totally different. That idea has been floated a few times. You know, during Shadowlands, where there's so many discussions permanently about, you know, what they can do to like beat cancel scanning. And there's plus points and negative points to every suggestion. The not being able to cancel your auctions was definitely one that was thrown around a lot. But the same thing then applies. If you can't cancel your auctions, all people do is they just, you know, they would, instead of posting once a day and cancel scanning for an hour, they would just, you know, he who logs on and posts their item, you have a bigger inventory and you post once an hour and you will, you know, the problem doesn't go away. You just move the problem somewhere else, and that's always how it tends to. That's the biggest problem with any suggestions for like how to fix the auction house. Every time you, and this is why Blizzard's best approach is to just not touch anything. Like the hands-off approach is genuinely the best solution. As soon as you do something, there's a downside of doing something, or there's a way to combat that something. Welcome in, Jack. Yes, the TV is off. Oh dear. The TV is off. Right, what we got here? Flipping jagged emeralds. Perfect emeralds. We'll be ignoring all of these today then, won't we? These are going to pop up 500,000 times. Zimbo's Mojo. I have no idea what that is. I don't want none of that business. A portable hole? What? Are people like slamming bags cheap because they're trying to ditch their stocks of bags because bank changes are coming in? That's probably a thing, isn't it? Portable hole? Isn't this a vendor item in the first place? I'm pretty sure the portable hole is a vendor item. What was is it Paris Hilton's bag? Is that what it is? Yeah, this is a vendor item. such a jab at Paris Hilton, that is. So funny. Restrung bow. You have not collected this appearance. Well, for 10 gold, I'll have it just for that reason then. Ooh. Oh, Dragon Isles. Ick. Ick. Dragon Isles PvP recipes. The Uber collector out there that must have every recipe. I don't think I'm buying those. Bog Spalders. Too expensive with too low of a sale rate. Especially since I don't know what the flipping item is in the first place. Mythic braces with inflated region values. So nope. Anyone here use Microsoft Edge? Don't be scared, I use it myself. Yeah, I used it to download Chrome. Yeah. Yeah, I think it, yeah. Yeah, I used it once, yeah. My solution to Chrome being an absolute RAM hog is just to have more RAM. Just download more RAM in it. Right. Leave them cooking. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in 2. Now has full Copilot browser screen. Copilot lives on my desktop. I don't use it very often. Last time I loaded this, it crashed my stream though. So I'm not going to turn that on. I can't remember. Was it my stream or something? Something crashed. Something went hella broken last time I opened Copilot on stream. Not risking that again. Twitch works on Brave? Question mark. Doesn't allow me to log in. Says the browser is unsupported. I used to be a real geek about this sort of shit. I couldn't care less now for the most part. Used to hyper geek out on this sort of stuff, but the main reason, though, more than anything, is that it just doesn't make as much of a difference to me anymore. 10,000 gold for that thing. Dragon Isles leatherwork. What's with all these Dragon Isles flipping leatherwork in PvP recipes all of a sudden? These same 5 items are going to pop up on every scan, aren't they? 1,000 gold. Oh, annoyingly, we might give 1,000 gold a go. Bog Spaulders of the Quick Blade. I think I've bought a few of these before for some reason. Item level 68, 365. They're not even high. I don't know, whatever. Maybe they got a funky appearance or something. The same prompt in Copilot and in ChatGPT gives a much better result in ChatGPT. It's like the search engine war again from like, when was it? Early 2000s. It feels almost identical, you know. I mean, I know we literally have a like a browser war right now, but the AI thing seems to be exactly the same to me. Feels basically the same. Everybody can compare and contrast, and ultimately, if it does what you need it to do, it's all good. There was no war. Google crushed them all. Well, yeah, you're not wrong. Google did kind of turn around with search engines and just go, you're doing it wrong. Not that I know the full details of Google's rise to fame, but roughly speaking, I vaguely remember, wasn't it Google that developed the concept for PageRank? So rather than it being prior to PageRank, search engines were basically 100% keyword based. And you could do all sorts of dodgy shit like spamming keywords at the bottom of a blog post and like coloring them white so that you wouldn't see them. I can't quite remember the details, but Google developed the PageRank, which started to take into consideration where this is very loose information because I'm doing this from memory. But Google started to pay attention to the website, the page you were on before and the page you were on after being on a page. They would use that to determine relevancy and rank of a individual page, which then meant their search results were better customized than everybody else's. Who basically, it was just a kingmaker system and a keyword spam fiesta prior to that. I can't quite remember. It was a long time ago. I don't know the full details. Looked more at what page is linked to a page. Yeah, because 2010s was all about backlinking, SEO, and all of that sort of rubbish, wasn't it? None of these are like interesting items. Fell leather boots. I mean, these are absolutely crafted. Whoa! What's going on here? Who's crafted 1 billion of these and then posted them all for 10 gold a piece? How weird. All on the one server. Well, you have not collected this appearance. I will have one set just for that reason. How weird. Craft and they will come. Somebody's done a whoopsie there, haven't they? They've accidentally pressed craft all or something. I know a lot of people have utilized third-party websites to find deals across different realms, but I've still somewhat naturally ended up preferring TSM Sniper over all of them. At least I kind of half feel it does a reasonable job finding some good stuff occasionally. What the Christ is this? Eye Blinder Great Cloak. That seems fake value as all hell. Item level 46 mythic? What the Christ? This feels like some shenanigans at play. Twilight Blade. Why is the regional market value on a Twilight Blade 2.5 million? What the Christ has happened there? The hell? Regional sale average of 700k. You got to be out of your mind if you think I'm paying 450k for flipping one of those. Oh, is this an alderman thing? Is this one of those stupid uber rare jobs? Super random price suggests somebody's normal price has been twisting the regional price. Yes, agreed. Gold with pink bits on it. I mean, it's pretty, but I apparently have the appearance already, meaning there's no way this is worth anything. Okay. They don't feel like bargains to me. Feels like I'm being had. An angry Brewfest letter. What the Christ is that? Brawler's Harness. Hello? What is that? I've heard of this. The fact I've heard of it is intriguing. Somebody trying to sell it for 500,000 gold. Random ass shirt. Is this part of an achievement somewhere? Is this one of the shirts you need for the shirt achievement? Right, time to swat up my WoW knowledge. $38 of these bad boys apparently across the EU. Wow. They really are just crazy priced. I'm not interested in spending $500,000 though. The achievement, you need to craft them. The tailoring one at least. Oh, okay. That's one thing I kind of enjoy about the TSM Sniper, is it often pops things up on your list that you don't know really what they are, so it gives you a good opportunity to actually learn as well. Oh, if you start the characters now, the gear's soulbound, so you can't unequip it and sell it, I would say. Yeah, I'm not about to spend that kind of money on something that's like random. I don't know. We're looking for bargains. I'm not looking to spend hundreds of thousands. Right, let's see if these realms do any better. Is there anything going on? Wow. Oh, the token's being spiky. This is usually an indication that there's not many of them. When you get these spikes in the price that rapidly go up and then come down again, it usually means that the tokens have ran out temporarily. Disciplinary action against over 27,000 players leads to stricter anti-boost and RMT enforcement in China. NetEase Studios operating World of Warcraft in China have released a blog post decrying boosting and malicious behavior, undermining fair play and achievements for genuine players. You can't really read too much into this sort of stuff from when they start talking about the Chinese client, because the game in China is basically a different game. Disciplinary action taken at 27,000 players. Strict enforcement measures, including revoking the gear drops, Great Vault rewards, mounts, titles, and season-long suspensions. Well, this is not a problem unique to China. Much of it has been driven by rampant boosting and sales well beyond what is seen in other regions, supporting inflating the Mythic Plus cutoff score from 3,400 to over 3,900, as well as plaguing Hall of Fame and Gladiator title competition, and muddling the veracity of legitimate. This is the problem, right? Gaming in China is way more accepting of pay to win. Like, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, and realistically, your opinion on it doesn't matter. Socially, it's considered way more acceptable. But gaming in China just has a different vibe about it generally. Look at all of the like arcades and stuff over there. They're way more accepting of like, well, gambling in general and spending money for some form of entertainment. I think the game, you even pay like, you don't pay a monthly subscription over in China, do you? It's like you basically pay to play. Responses to these measures has not all been positive, and boosting in sales are common to the point of it being seen as an accepted practice by many players. with some even commenting that they should swap back to Taiwanese servers in order to avoid these increasingly stringent policies. I do wish sometimes Wowhead would be a little bit more neutral with how they report things. News articles cannot be considered news articles on Wowhead. Every single post on Wowhead should be considered an opinion piece, because there is absolutely zero efforts to show a neutral nature. So much bias in every Wowhead post, it's outrageous. The World of Warcraft China operation team firmly opposes boosting, account sharing, and other behaviors that contribute to a toxic and hyper-competitive in-game environment. We will not tolerate any actions that undermine fair play or diminish the sense of achievement for genuine players. I mean, that's a pretty firm line, isn't it? I know this is translated, but even still. Titles once obtainable with a Mythic Plus rating of 3400 are now inflated to 3900 due to rampant boosting. As a result, top-performing teams who push the limits are robbed of their well-earned rewards, and the integrity of the competition is compromised on a global scale. Players in guilds who rightly deserved Hall of Fame recognition or server-first boss kills have lost these moments of glory to cheaters. Prestigious achievements like Cutting Edge or the Gladiator title are increasingly met with accusations such as "you probably paid for it" or "that's just bought," casting doubt and insult on the legitimate efforts. Damn. Blizzard going in hard in China. This is Wowhead though. They put an exclamation mark at the end of every sentence. Well, that's true. I don't know what that is, but it's 1 silver. Since the relaunch of the Chinese servers, we've taken disciplinary action against over 27,000 accounts involved in boosting and account sharing. Beginning today, in addition to our ongoing enforcement, we will implement stricter measures targeting the following behaviors. So what have they outlawed in China then? Boosting in Mythic Plus raids on retail. Starting next season, players found to be participating in illicit raid boosting will have their raid drops and the associated Great Vault rewards revoked. Repeat offenders will face account suspensions of no less than 3 days. Any guilds suspected of boosting will be disqualified from Hall of Fame eligibility. Enforcement has already begun this season. Cracking down on mythic raiding, or raid boosts. High rating boosting in Mythic Plus dungeons. Revoke the title from players from users found guilty of boosting. I know this is China, but it's interesting that this is their mindset and that they're clearly going hard. And I know the Chinese client and the game is very different over there, but this is pretty strict. So pretty much just outlawing boosting, full stop. If you get boosted in any way, shape or form, you're going to get slapped. All penalties will apply to the entire Battle.net account. If one character is penalized, rewards cannot be reclaimed through another character. Through stricter enforcement against account sharing and boosting, we aim to curb the toxic competitiveness that has crept into the game environment. Our goal is to restore fairness and integrity to World of Warcraft while making it easier for more players to engage meaningfully in the adventures of Azeroth. Whether stepping into raids, pushing high Mythic Plus keys, or striving for seasonal glory, and to find like-minded comrades along the way. Damn. Say no to boosting. Say no to account sharing. Say no to toxic competition. Life is already complex enough. Let's protect the simplicity and magic of Azeroth together. You know? Coming from NetEase, a company that is so openly willing to implement pay to win. It's kind of ironic when they are talking about maintaining the status quo and integrity in their games, when they'll let you pay to win, but as long as you're paying them. Spicy. I am not going anywhere near the comments on that. I am not going anywhere near the comments on that one. Will these rules apply to the EU sooner or later? Like I said, it's really difficult to say, because just because it bears the same name, you know, World of Warcraft, it's fundamentally a different game and a very different business over in China. But all the same, it's interesting that they're going that heavy on it. Bit of communism there. Does smell a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. Bunch of Miss Classic stuff. Just checking if there was anything even remotely interesting on the Wowhead news. Probably not, because it's probably all a couple of days out of date anyway, isn't it? They don't post much over the weekend. What we got here? Nothing looking too interesting. Checked this one. That's complete and utter BS values, but we can play the BS values game. 50k for a spider kebab? You must be mad. Kaldori spider kebab. Some some values are going loopy doops. Jesus, where is this? Ambrosia. This must be a big realm. Oh, it's twinned with Thrall, okay. All of this screams manual posting prices. Tends to lead me to believe it's there's no bargains to be had there. Try the next realms. I got distracted with news stuff to stay on topic. People receiving the gold or real money for boosting do not get punished. The thing is, right, it's always difficult to gauge, because the people who catch a ban for doing illegitimate things in the game, most of them know that they were cheating and then don't say anything about it because they know they were cheating. And so, more often than not, it kind of goes a little bit unnoticed to just how many people are being banned for doing dodgy shit, right? And so it can, and because it can be almost silent, it's often easy to assume that those people are actually getting away with it as well. But if you're fully like zero shits given, like RMTing or whatever in the game, and you get banned for it, you're probably like, well, made some money. I'll go do it in another game. See you later. Bye. You know that when you're I'm quite sure those players are just like, or worst case scenario is if they spent some money and made some money, and the money they made is bigger than the money they spent, then they might just shut up and do it again anyway. Because once you've broken, once you're willing to break rules in a video game, even if you get banned, well, I'll just break more rules, but yeah, it's just, once a crook sort of thing. Then you get, obviously, all of the I've been banned and I don't know why posts, which are more often than not, it feels, people who are trying their luck, really. Or they cheated, they know they cheated, they actually regret cheating, and they regret cheating because they got caught. They regret cheating, and so they think that if they deny that they cheated, that it might have some effect, but they're the ones you actually hear about. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Yeah, pretty much. I often almost get criticized for being like, I won't even go within arm's length of an exploit in the game, even though there are some people that live by the rule these days of exploit early, exploit often. I still don't go within an arm's reach of anything even remotely dodgy in this game, simply because my account means far more to me than some short-term advantage somewhere. This pet is... This is a currency pet, isn't it? That's quite cheap for a currency pet. Crafted. Another one of those eye blinder great cloaks. How do I sense that somebody knows exactly what they're doing with those? Oh, these could also be way more readily available recently because of everybody farming the old raids last month. That could also be why. Skullstone bludgeon. Classic engineering recipe. I legitimately don't have any idea what that... Oh, this is the ancient one. This is one of the ones that turned up in Dragonflight again. They're not worth anywhere near that. They're also much easier than that to get. We're not fighting on that one. And there's nothing there either. Wow, not finding many deals today. Flies back. He's on my arm. Stupid fly. It's bane of my life, this fly. It's here. It's on my arm. Oh, he's gone. Son of a... Get off my elbow. Stupid fly. Remember the episode from Breaking Bad where Walter White wants to catch a fly? No, I've only watched Breaking Bad once. Although I thoroughly enjoyed it from start to finish when I did watch it, but I watched it way back in the day when it was kind of almost new. I liked Better Call Saul more. I liked it until they started time gating the episodes, and then I lost my shit. But yes, Better Call Saul was very good. I think I am still yet to watch whatever the last season was because they time gated it on Netflix, and I was like, no, fuck that. See you later. Is that Dragonflight as well? It is. When done, check Breaking Bad. I've seen Breaking Bad. Could never get into TV series about criminals. My wife does basically nothing but chain watch crime dramas. You said one episode. No, I've seen all of Breaking Bad start to finish, but like many, many years ago. Long enough ago now that I can't remember the specifics of individual episodes. I might have misspoke. I'm out of practice with this talking all day business. Yeah, literally every day I like my wife is seemingly watching a different crime drama. I don't know how she finds them all. She prefers British crime dramas to like the more American stuff. But she's permanently watching something. She carries an iPad around with her that's permanently playing some crime drama. But Mrs. Manthis has always been one that she won't just put some music on. She'll walk around with an iPad with an episode of some TV program playing. It drives me bananas because I think it's massively antisocial. It can still be considered social to just put some music on, but if you're carrying a laptop or an iPad around the house with you and you've got an episode of a TV program blasting, I'm not watching it, which means it's just annoying noise if I'm not watching it. But yeah, anyway. Have a BBC channel that is only crime series. I do like some Midsummer Murders myself. I think Mrs. Manthis has probably seen every single episode of Midsummer Murders. What's the one that she really likes? Flipping hell. Silent Witness. Silent Witness is a firm favourite. She won't watch that unless I'm in the house. That's crafted, right? Polished stuff. That's got to be crafted. Crafted in a scam. It's a waterlogged recipe. I've heard of that. Worth a handful of Dalaran cooking tokens from the right person. Interesting. I don't know what that is. Treads of Panicked Escape. Surprisingly high sale rate for a piece of Mog. But I feel it's a bait. But it's 250 gold, so I don't care. We find out later if it's a bait. That's one of the... I'm pretty sure this was one that came back in with the... Okay, there's two of those, but it doesn't... Oh, now it's finding them. Annoyingly expensive. And strategically listed at just cheap enough to tempt somebody to buy it. Not me. There's been so many cheap bags listed today. This is clearly people panicking because of bank changes. That the bag market might be in the bin. Steel Forged is crafted stuff. Don't really want to go anywhere near crafted stuff. Titan Steel stuff, though. I weirdly don't mind the Titan Steel stuff. And that's only because the appearances are cool. And they're just a pain in the dick to craft. No, steer clear of crafted stuff. Live by your own rules. Don't buy trash. Got enough trash. Elon, how we doing? Welcome in, man. Welcome, welcome. Ready for 11-2? Ready to blast? Murder in Paradise is also a favourite. I have never heard of that one. I'm sure Mrs. Manthius has probably watched it, though. Want to get back into some Mythic Plus again? Oof. Well, new season, good time. And Professions. I am not holding my breath for any enjoyment from the Professions in Season 3. Far too late in the expansion. Might make some money with some sort of processes type stuff. Prospecting, thaumaturgy, that sort of stuff, but I am not convinced there'll be a huge amount of gold to be made from general crafting. Outside of one final hurrah for concentration, I guess. Hope we can see some better margins. Well, the only way you can self-generate some margin is if you bought your materials like a month ago. But the argument there is that it's not actually the crafting that's adding value. It's just the fact that the materials have gone up. You'd be just as good off reselling the materials. That's not really ever going to change unless they do something about how the region-wide auction house works. I love it. I love the region-wide auction house because it makes things sell absolutely instantly. But there's seemingly no smart way to fix the fact that it's a race to single-digit margins. It's hence why the beginning of an expansion, you just absolutely hammer it for a few weeks and then put it down for the rest of the expansion. And hence why we do this, you know. Let's scan for shit across the scan for goodies to flip and whatever. I'm afraid they'll add everything to the region-wide auction house. Well, for years I would have 100% agreed. But since we got Warband, the Warband system, I've been less convinced that they're going to bother. Because it doesn't really matter as much now that we have, other than it being slightly confusing to new players, that some stuff is posted on a global market and some stuff is posted on a local market. But then again, I think there's probably far more confusing things in the game for Blizzard to worry about. So, I don't know. I do think it was on their to-do list for years, though. Huh. Interceptors, pauldrons. These are Korthia Mog, aren't they? I'm pretty sure these are Korthia Mog. Yeah, Korthia Mog. More cheap bags. Holy. These are not cheap at all, are they? Plasma mech shades. Crafted. Gotta be crafted. Yeah, crafted. Still see a lot of people thinking there is still everything on a specific auction house or the other way around. Yeah, it's even what we now like. It was the end of Shadowlands, it changed. So we are 2 expansions deep now, practically. 9.2.7, I think, is when the region-wide auction house kicked in. So we are, give or take, nearly exactly 2 expansions deep, and people still don't know that. You know, you always see it with people saying, oh, well, materials on my server are this price. Oh, materials on all of the servers are this price. On my server's auction house when they're talking about herbs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not very, you know, it's one of those that if you don't know, it's not actually that hard to see. It's not very obvious that it's a thing. But it is the reason, way more so than the crafting professions themselves. It's the reason to why margins on crafted stuff is so incredibly tight these days. I've thought about doing a video on sort of now that we are, well, I haven't done much YouTube videos for a while, but I've thought about doing a video discussing that, you know, is it really the crafting system or is it really the region-wide auction house that's causing a lot of frustrations for people when it comes to goal making in the game? I tend to think that players that have always leveled their crafting professions early in an expansion are overly annoyed by the extra complexity that's been added to crafting. But I'm sure they would absolutely love it to bits if they could make loads of gold with it. This is the thing. I think it's only an extra level of complexity and an extra complaint for a lot of people because it's now also much harder to make gold with them. So this is why I tend to think that a lot of people say they don't like the new crafting system. But I don't think that's the root cause. I think they'd love it if they could make loads of gold from it, you know? Which would be easier to do if things weren't region-wide for most of what you're selling. But this is all a theory. I think we're absolutely desperately due to have the other half of the crafting work order system being added. That would be really cool for Midnight. Because what I mean by that is that we have a work order system, which is basically a buy order. I want to buy this. What I also think they should add sell orders as well. A proper buy order, proper sell order system. Sorry, the other way around. You know what I mean. I think crafters should also be able to say that I can craft 50 flasks and I'll do it for this much. And that would change things up a little bit. I wouldn't say it's the professions, but the region-wide auction house. It becomes a race to the bottom. It always is, but more people in the race equals goes faster. Oh, for sure. Yeah, if you're... The beginning of the War Within sort of highlighted that really aggressively for me. That look how aggressive people hit the crafting professions at the beginning of this expansion. And look at the degenerate stuff half of us, or some of us, or many of us did to try and claw some advantage. And then look how quickly it was like single-digit margins after that. I think I was one of the first people in the EU to guarantee quality 3 flasks. And that happened almost simultaneously. In fact, no, that happened... It took a little bit longer than some of the other professions. It was about 200 knowledge points, I think it was. 180 knowledge points, maybe. But even then, there was so many... There was so many people doing the same thing already. Even being first to market, the market was hyper competitive, and then it lasted like a week, and it was done. So I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if there is a fix to make crafting kind of feel good for any longer than 5 minutes anymore. I think it's just something that you have to accept, that you've got to go absolutely ham at the beginning of an expansion and then be willing to say, right, I'm done, we'll go do something else. Barrier to entry. But barriers to... see, I agree. A barrier... I mean, that's definitely a tactic that can be utilised. The less people that have access to do something, but it still doesn't change the fact that as soon as those people cross that barrier, it's dead. Like, so soon as that barrier is toppled, there's literally nothing preventing most markets going into freefall. So a barrier to entry is only so good. All it does is delay the inevitable rather than fix the problem, if that makes sense. Like, this is why I don't really think that with every single crafter all fighting in the same arena, that it's really possible to fix. Which is why you just kind of have to accept that it's a thing. And do the thing whilst the thing is good. And then move on. That's crafted as well, isn't it? Legion Engineering 1, yeah. God, I'm finding nothing of any particular value right now. Nothing that I'm interested in, anyway. Pearlescent butterfly wristbands. For 200 gold. Sure. More portable. I've seen more portable holes today than practically any time prior. Stylish black shirt. I'm also pretty sure that these are crafted. You can resell those out, flipping easy peasy. Something is pretty profitable. I'm talking around 15% margin. It gets squished within a matter of minutes. Yeah, exactly. And this is it. This is why the meta has become use a spreadsheet, scrape auction house data, and then act hella fast. You know, the fact that it's become normal to state that the hourly auction house update is too slow is an indication that it's got pretty aggressive at the top, you know? It's got pretty crazy at the top. When data that could be, you know, prices that could be 30 minutes old is considered way too old. The markets have changed by then. That also tends to lead me to begin to believe that if a market can change enough that data that's only an hour old is considered too old, then that's also a market you probably shouldn't be in anyway, because it means that it's it's both highly volatile and probably the margins are so skinny. The correct answer is probably not to do it in the first place. This is probably why I still believe, even with spreadsheets in hand, even with 30-second old data, I still tend to believe that margins are too skinny for that most people should bother. Even in the real world, business in the real world is basically structured so that if there's not at least 20% margin in it, companies don't do it. Now, I know there's a few more variables in the real world, but single-digit margins on mass-crafted items is 9 times out of 10 going to lose people gold, I think. Even if they do their scan, they check their material prices, even in the time it takes you to go away and craft those. If data that's 30 minutes old is too old, then it's going to take you 20 minutes to buy the materials and go and craft something anyway, meaning that when you actually get to list it, in theory, by your own admission, things could have changed again. It's crazy. It's crazy. Barely crafted anything this expansion. I don't see the point in doing so. For me, there are way better gold revenues and way better way to spend the time than sitting doing cancel scans for 5% margins that gets eaten up by repost fees. Yeah, exactly. I'm in the same boat. Even as somebody that sort of is pretty aggressive, like, I don't particularly do that much farming. In fact, I go out of my way to avoid farming. And simultaneously, I would much rather do crafting to make gold. But you can't argue the fact that if there's no profit, if there's no added value in using a crafted profession, then you shouldn't be doing it. So a reason you not using point blank sniper instead of TSM? Well, TSM scans everything. Point blank sniper only scans your curated list. Now that's good if you have a good list, but TSM will still scan everything. And when there's tens of thousands of items in the game, curating a list in point blank snipers far too much like hard work. I guess in a way it's the lazy approach. It's the lazy approach, but I do kind of think it's still a better approach. I guess it's not that lazy because you still have to make a TSM sniper string. If you just use the default TSM sniper string, it's trash. This is not a default TSM sniper string. But I've always utilized TSM much more so. And it still returns false positives from time to time. That's so clearly fake news, but I need the appearance either way. Oh, that's the alchemy stone that you can actually sell. Did I learn? Shit, I broke it. I think point blank snipers slightly better for like things like raid BOEs and stuff, maybe. I would say very, very a short list of items that you're very aware are volatile and that you want exact variations of. I think point blank sniper's slightly better in that sort of field. For generally scouting for just average cheap stuff, I think TSM sniper's much better. If you use a custom TSM string, that is. The default one will return far too much rubbish. Kind of like the goal making on the anniversary realm at the moment. Things are moving all the time. I like the process. This is why I think a lot of goal makers moved over to Classic, because in Classic variations of the game, crafting still holds value for a lot longer. And in some cases, it holds value for players all the way through the expansion, because if you play on a realm where it's significantly easier to find do the thing everybody always told you to do, which is find a gap in the market. There's no gaps in the market on retail. There's absolutely no gaps, ever. The only time there's a gap is when it's artificially created by somebody trying to buy out an entire market or resetting something. There's basically never a scenario in retail where something is undersupplied relative to its demand. Basically never. In fact, it's all with the amount of players and the amount of servers and it's almost impossible for that to actually even be a thing. So I get why a lot of people move back to Classic to do their crafting and goal making, because that sense of like professions providing value is still there. You could easily on Classic get a recipe and even little things like, I don't know if it's still in Mr. Pandaria now, but like pretty stacking potions, for example. Tiny little things like that are like buying all of the 1s and 2s of a thing and then posting them as a stack of 20 was a very, very, very legitimate way to make a good amount of gold if you were consistent with it. Whereas now, potions, you go to the auction house, you type, I want 20, and you press OK, and you just buy the 20 cheapest. It's more convenient, it's more easy for the end user, but it removes so much more of the opportunity for the person doing the selling to see any recoup on that effort. That seems cheap. That seems very cheap. Yoink. 5,000 gold. That does not seem quite so cheap. But it's still cheap enough for a recipe that I know is an absolute bag of dicks to farm. Annoying. Against my best interests, I'm going to have that. I'd normally pass on that, but Outland recipes are so flippin' annoying to farm. They exist for as long as somebody has actually farmed it recently. I mean, we can flip that, easy business. Yo, 1 silver recipes, yoink. How does a 1 silver recipe even happen these days? I thought they were like 75 gold default. I don't know what that is, but buy it. Battered hilt for 15k. It's so funny these still sell. Go on then. For prestige reasons. Well, buy it. That's a steal. Or the battered hilt. Yeah. I know they still sell. I know people still farm them. 15k is an easy flip. Slow down profession gains, bring in more cooldowns to every profession. It doesn't really, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter what you do with the professions. Because of the overarching fact that everybody that's trying to buy and everybody that's trying to sell is doing so in one marketplace. That means it doesn't matter if you slow down, because if you slow down knowledge points for somebody, you're slowing knowledge points down for everybody. All that means is that everybody is still progressing at the same speed. So speed of knowledge gain doesn't really impact too much more. You could put more cooldowns in, but that's just circumvented by more alts, very much like how concentration is now. Even way back in the day when professions had daily cooldowns, you've also got to remember that we were also then playing on individual servers still. And even then, people were basically selling their daily cooldown for basically nothing, because it still doesn't take all that long for the supply of crafters to outstrip the demand for the product. So changing the professions too much doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. Which is why I tend to not feel that it's a problem that can really be fixed anymore. Since the problem doesn't really lie with the professions so much. The added complexity and, specializations and all this sort of stuff doesn't really change the fact that, well, if we're all playing with the same set of rules as far as the professions, the issue is we're in one big arena and there's like 500 other people trying to sell the exact same thing you're trying to sell. And sure, with all of the sellers being in the arena, there's also the same amount of buyers, but it simultaneously means that every market is saturated so quickly. Yeah, I do generally tend to think that the reason why professions now feel less useful to players than they almost ever have, even though there's so much more depth to them now, is not rooted in the actual professions themselves. It's rooted in the fact that the region-wide auction house allows everybody to buy and sell in the same arena. And that's, like I said, that's never changing. The reason that I still agree that the region-wide auction house is the better solution, because you're normalizing the cost of playing the game, right? It doesn't matter what server you play on. If you are brand new to the game and you get presented with a select your server screen and you create a character on a server, you have no idea if you're playing on a high population server, low population server, or what the pros and cons of doing each are. You are brand new to the game. You got told to pick a server, and you probably just picked one close to the top of the list. I would assume, unless you join the game because a friend told you to join the game, and then you probably just jump onto whatever round they're on. But so you're kind of playing a little bit of a server lottery when you first start the game, which ultimately meant that some people considered home to be some like low-end ass realm with nobody on it, where if you did want to go do some Mythic Plus, or you did want to join a guild, and you did want to go do some raiding, your cost of consumables could be 4 times the price of somebody on another server. So it's completely correct that Blizzard made the region-wide auction house a thing, but the knock-on effect is that crafting is significantly more difficult to spin a profit from. Can somebody please explain why the Philosopher's Stone isn't considered a part of the alchemy profession equipment? It's dumb, innit? It's really dumb. Yeah, I don't get why we have profession tools and 2 pieces of profession accessory, 2 profession accessories, and they don't count as Philosopher's Stones. It's really dumb, I agree. If anything, I think that's more of an oversight than anything else. But yeah, it's really dumb. Super dumb. Corthian specimen. That's an old pet. Love one of those. Scrog toenail? The hell is that? Carrying the toenail may attract murlocs. I have absolutely legitimately no idea what that is, but for 3 gold we'll have it and find out. Somebody else might know what it is and want it for more than 3 gold. Don't feel as if I've been scammed if I've only paid 3 gold for something. Okay, doing some shopping has taken significantly longer than killing rares or posting auctions, but it usually does. Gotta wait for the scan every time, but... if only epics from crafting were to stay BOE, professions would be so good. You think they'll change their policy on the bind on pickup only and crafting for epics? The only thing even remotely close to a solution I've ever really come up with is something along those lines, is that while not a popular opinion, I've thought that well, this was one of my big things about work orders in the first place. I've always believed that the work order system should be a option for somebody to order something custom, but it should be utilized when the thing they're looking for isn't readily available in the first place. Like a backup, you know. Like, oh, okay, I want this chess piece to have haste on it, but there's only ones with mastery pre-crafted on the auction house. Or maybe I can put an order in for one with mastery. That's how I've always viewed the work order system, and I've always thought the system should be. Now, to force engagement, I've always felt, with the work order system, because it was clearly an effort to build it, they made all of the gear bind on pickup to begin with, meaning there was never the option to go and buy one from the auction house in the first place. The only way you get your chest piece with mastery is to go put in a work order and say, I want a chest piece with mastery. Something along the lines of allowing crafters to create base items that can be put on the auction house, which then maybe you can purchase a base item. With that base item, you then use your spark with that base item to get it to the item level of the current season. Then you can buy a missive and use it to put haste on it. I think you should be able to build your piece of crafted gear in that way. Crafters could then pre-craft these base items, put them on the auction house. Something along those lines would give crafters more opportunity regarding gear crafting to do some of the work ahead of time, and much like the old age way of crafting where you would take your gold, buy materials, pre-craft things, put them on the auction house, you could at least offer stuff out there first, and then people could search there, and if the thing that they want isn't there, they could still use the work order system. I know that smells a little bit too much like Shadowlands Legendaries for a lot of people. But fundamentally, Shadowlands Legendaries was very simplistic. You still had to take your base item to the rune carver or whatever his name was, and then use some Torghast dust on it. It was the similar-ish concept. You buy the base item and then you craft the thing you want. I don't think people would object against like a base item system too much if they weren't stupid expensive. That's the thing that people really hated about Shadowlands Legendaries. They were stupid expensive. And they were only stupid expensive because Blizzard made them cost stupid amount of materials. You could implement the same sort of thing, but have the base item cost something modest, 5,000, 10,000 gold, not 15 to 50,000 gold. It would at least give crafters more opportunity to craft something that's of high value to most people throughout the season. Because we have BOE base level profession tools. We have the basic leveling greens and even the basic leveling blues, for the most part, also don't exist now. So there's an awful, like, most crafting professions have been forced towards, like, consumables. You've got consumables with 1% competing against everybody in the region on the region-wide auction house, or you've got stand in the capital city and wait for crafting orders and cross your fingers somebody tips you. They're really your two options with crafting now. And I think they've missed the opportunity to let crafters do actual crafty things, like crafting the gear and weapons for things, but in a more I don't know. I'm probably hunting for something that doesn't exist. But what up, doggo? Have I been streaming too long? Is it time to go out, is it? Looking at me in the background. You guys can probably see her. What up, Buzz? She's had a bit of a funny stomach the last few days, so maybe it is a good... Yes, I've acknowledged your existence, haven't I? So you're going to get louder and the doggo alarm clock's going off. Okay, Buzz, hang on. Give me a minute. 1 minute, dog. 1 minute. That's strategically priced. That's very strategically priced, but we'll have that. Square holders. not worth that, but we'll give it a go all the same. Right, I'm making quick decisions here. Yeah, quick decisions is there's nothing going on there. Boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there. Doggo is telling me that it's time to finish streaming and it's time to go out, so I'm going to do exactly that. Thank you for stopping by. We will be probably in waiting room mode tomorrow. And then, of course, it's Patch Down Wednesday and all the fun begins. So there'll also be drops. If I stream tomorrow evening instead of during the day, there'll be drops active. If not, I'll see you on Wednesday. Half dog, half fox. Half dog, half fox, half hobo right now. She's lost a lot of floof because it's the summer and she's got all like pointy bits of fur all over the place. Hey, Papple. Hey, come say hi. Now you're hiding. Hi. Can't see it very well. Anyway, have a good day, boys and girls. Thank you for stopping by. I'm going to go take the dog for a walk. I'll see you all next time. Thanks for stopping by. Peace.